Alright, we're just waiting to make sure we are live along all the fruited plains of the internet. Let's double check our YouTube. As long as YouTube is good to go, we'll assume that everything else is good to go. This game is called Macarena. Well, we gotta figure out why I sound like a man. Because I shouldn't.
But man, I sound deep. Well, now I sound like a doctor. So I know that's working. Hey, Restream, why do I sound like a man? Here, explain. You know why I sound like a man? Trying to figure it out here.
How do we sound now? There's a huge delay. This is so strange. That is very, very strange. I could swear that I've never sounded this deep. But, I don't know. Maybe I'm becoming a man? I don't know. It's very strange. Well, I was under the impression that we were not getting... Oh, we're not going to be able to play the game very much because Twitter Files Part 2 was just dropped. After I thought it wouldn't. Okay, well, let's go to fucking Twitter. And let's get this pulled up. is from somebody else other than Taibbi and the rest of them. So let's go to the Chrome tab here, Twitter. We're just doing all the things today, apparently. See how this actually is looking. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Bum, 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 bum. Here we go. Bum, 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 bum. Here we go. All right. I don't know why I'm singing. All right. Twitter Files Part 4, the removal of Donald Trump, January 7th. As the question builds, Twitter executives build the case for a permanent ban. On January 7th, senior Twitter execs create justifications to ban Trump. Seek a change of policy for Trump alone, distinct from other political leaders, and express no concern for the free speech or democracy implications of a ban. This Twitter Files is reported with L. Woodhouse. For those catching up, please see part 1 where MT that Matt Taibbi and Taibbi is how you say his Twitter name. It's at MTVB. So there's part 1. Part 2, where Barry Wise shows how senior Twitter execs created secret blacklist to de-amplify disfavored Twitter users, not just specific tweets. And part 3, where @in documents how senior Twitter execs censored tweets by Trump in the run-up to the November 20th government law enforcement agencies. For years, Twitter had resisted calls to ban Trump. That's fair. That is true. They were like, oh, no, we can't quite do that. But they were waiting for a reason. You realize that. They were waiting for it. They were desperate to find one. And eventually they finally did. So. Oh, that's an interesting way to do it. I tell you what, all of this is making me feel like I need a third screen. Because I just. Yeah. It's making me feel like I need a third screen. Oh, goodness. We're gonna turn off this one for now. And we're just gonna do this. So yeah, I mean, anyone with any common sense knows that they've been looking for an excuse to do this. You would pretty much have to have been living in a hole in the ground to not know this. I mean, come on now. But I was surprised. I didn't know that. I thought it was just going to be. I thought, honestly, it was just going to be the two of them. I didn't realize that Michael Schellenberger was going to be included in this as well. So that's interesting. Very, very interesting. Trying to do it this way is really kind of interesting. Doesn't quite want to run. A world leader from Twitter, it wrote in 2018, important info and hamper necessary discussion around their words and actions. Yeah. Ooh. And see, there's their tweet from 2018. Luckily, the world leader from Twitter, their controversial areas would hide important information people should be able to see and debate. It would also not silence that leader, but it would certainly hamper necessary discussion around their words and actions. But after the events of January 6th, the internal and external pressure on Twitter CEO at Jack wrote, former First Lady at Michelle Obama, tech journalist at Kara Swisher at ADL, high-tech VC at Chris Sacca, and many others publicly called on Twitter to permanently ban Trump. And, here's the thing. There are tweets that he did that I did not agree with. Like this. To a bare minimum, tweets after the Capitol had been stormed by extremists is too little, too late. It is overdue to suspend at Donald Trump. I had issues with this right here. Mike Pistons had the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or incorrect ones which they were asked to previously certify. U.S. demands the truth. There are times when I didn't really feel like his tweets helped the situation any. You got to understand, there doesn't have to be a specific call to violence necessary to get people riled up. And I feel like we do have a tendency to want, as Republicans, we do have a tendency to want to downplay the idea that he could have unintentionally influenced some people's behavior with the things that he said and did. Unpopular opinion from people on the right. I am conservative. I voted for him. Voted for him twice. But I don't always agree with everything that he said and did.
I know. People probably think that I should agree with everything. If I'm really a Republican, I would agree with everything that he did, right? Because that's what being a true Republican is. A true Republican means everything. Yeah?
It's not the way it works. Not the way it works. Just not the way it works. All right. But we continue. Dorsey was on vacation in the French Polynesian the week of the January 4th through 8th, 2021. He phoned into meetings, but also delegated much of the handling of the situation to seniors at Yogyel, Twitter's global head of trust and safety, And at VA, people have butchered this woman's name to just no end. I just...
Don't know what to tell you. Don't know what to tell you.
I know. Vijaya. We're just gonna go with Vijaya. Head of Legal Policy and Trust. And, you know, people, of course, they all have their thoughts on that. But, you know.
What do you do? What do you do? I don't know what you do.
This is gonna be a day of let's just play around with all the audio settings. while we do this, let's just play around with all the audio settings. Oh, if you are just now joining us, I encourage you to hit the like and subscribe buttons. And to feel free to gripe about my use of audio. Feel free. Feel free to laugh and cry. Feel free to wonder why. We got nothing yet. Is this the part of this that I hate? Like, these people do not know how to do Twitter threads. You write them all at once and then you just release them all at once. Okay. Anywho, as context, it's important to understand that Twitter's staff and senior execs were overwhelmingly progressive. In 18, 20, and 22, 96, 98, and 99% respectively over those 3 years, 2008, 2020, 2022, there was 96, then 98, and 9% of Twitter staff political donations went to Democrats. I don't know, I mean, you know, generally speaking, I don't really care who these people donate to. I really, really don't. But in situations where you're talking about free speech, the exchange of speech, it ends up mattering. Whether it should have really mattered or not, it ends up mattering. These people are private citizens and they're allowed to donate to whoever the fuck it is that they want to donate to. I don't have to agree with who it is that they choose to donate to. But just keep in mind, people are free to donate to whoever they would. I mean, believe it or not, it's a thing. You have the freedom to donate to whoever you want. You have the freedom to donate to whoever you want.
And you know what? You don't need my permission to donate to whoever you want.
Again, I digress. I digress because whether or not it should matter to me who Twitter employees donate to, it starts to matter when it comes to issues such as banning a sitting president. This is because that then comes back to haunt you in a spectacular way. It really, really does. Because now who you donate to is going to get used against you. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't matter. I want to get this open. Once again, corporations prove that they do not care whether or not you actually eat their food. They just care whether or not you buy it. I cannot penetrate this thing. Are you freaking kidding me? All I want is to eat cheese balls. And because of your people's stupid rapping, I can't. Why can't I have sharp teeth like the cat? Oh, goodness gracious.
The real drama, people, is the fact that I can't eat cheese balls. That is the real drama here, people. So good. Alright. So we gotta refresh this. Oh no, we don't. So, again, talking about, all the drama about who they did and didn't donate to. There's another thing that I have grown to really, really fucking hate about using an Apple computer. I'm using Restream right now. Can I see the Restream tab anymore? No. I can't because for whatever reason, it has disappeared. I have to click on shit to get it to come back. It's very, very super ugly. This is everything annoys at Restream. That's what this is. Okay. In 2017, Rock tweeted actual Nazis in the White House.
And again, in case you didn't hear that, Not. Wait. Let's try that again.
Actual Nazis in the White House.
In April 2022, Roth told a colleague that his goal is to drive change in the world, which is why he decided not to become an academic. What is this? Yeah. We need some kind of what do we need for this? Evil presence. Yeah. Academia is by far the most abusive working environment I've ever been in. The entire system is exploitive in a ton of ways. And also, not necessarily productive if your goal is to drive change in the world, which was the main reason I left. Okay. Alright, this music is bae. This music is what I need right now. I gotta make sure you all can hear it. Alright, I gotta check something here though. Yeah, I think you all can hear that.
Alright, yeah, we're going with the music here. I'm going with music. At least I want to make sure
that I can hear this music while I do this. It's called Evil Presence. Because we all know that everyone at Twitter
is evil. Evil! Evil.
Oh, goodness. Oh, here's another one. Here we go. There might be more. Here we go. On January 7th, Jack emails employees saying Twitter needs to remain consistent in policies, including the right of users to turn to Twitter after a temporary suspicion. After Roth reassures employees, the people who care about this aren't happy with where we are. Alright, let's highlight this. Jack, emails have been fine, but ultimately I think people want to hear from Vijaya or Dell or someone closer to the specifics of this who can assure them that people who care about this are thinking deeply about these problems and aren't happy with where we are. A few engineers have reached out to me directly about it, and I'm chatting with them, but it's clear they want to know that someone is doing something about this and that we aren't ignoring the issue. And for some reason, we don't know who this person is. I think there's also an opportunity to help people understand that while it seems obvious and simple that we should perma-ban his personal account, we can't afford to take that immediate action without first playing the movie out and anticipating all of the things that can happen. And then figure out the plans for those possible scenarios. If we spin the personal account and he posts the same thing on the official government account, then we just spin that too. People can be forgiven for not thinking beyond the thing that's immediately in front of them, but Jack, Vijaya, Dell, You don't have the luxury of just pulling the trigger without thinking things through. We tell them repeatedly that people are on it, and people are working on it, and they're scratching their heads wondering how hard can it be to decide if a single account is in violation. I mean, it wasn't. That's kind of the problem. It's kind of the part of the issue here. You know? If you are new here, please like and subscribe. And feel free to comment. And just remember, there may occasionally be
Strange voices. Because that is the way we will hear.
not be able to hear music in the background. I don't know. I have some music played because that's just what I'm doing. That's just what we're doing. Yeah, wait. Gotta refresh. I mean, I don't know. Should the takeaway here be that we're glad that they didn't take banning his account lightly? I'm not sure. Honestly, I don't know what the takeaway is supposed to be. But I think that maybe they're hoping that what people will say is, well, at least they had thorough discussions about it. Around 11:30 a.m. PT, Roth DMs his colleagues news that he is excited to share. Why was he excited to share this? Guess what he writes? Jack just approved repeated offender for civic integrity. The new approach would create a system where 5 violation strikes would result in a permanent suspension. The new approach, where 5 violations would result in permanent suspension. Correctional approach would be something like label charge severe enough to result in stable engagement, incur strikes. Strike 1, label only. Strike 2, label only. Strike 3, label plus 12-hour timeout. Strike 4, 7-day strikeout. 7-day timeout. Strike 5, permanent suspension. Right. Time to refresh. Great. I just figured out how to make it so that I don't have to keep switching it. And now the evil presence music is looped. Or not. Maybe. I tried to loop it. I know, we might have it now because this music that I have playing, I need this in my life right now. So, I mean, I suppose there could be an argument here made that the one thing that they got going for themselves is that they didn't take this decision lightly. A lot of head scratching went on back and forth. How hard is it to decide whether or not an account needs banned? Well, dumbasses, when it involves the President of the United States, it shouldn't be easy to just ban them. Especially when we're talking about an American-owned company. Like, what is hard about this? I mean, I don't know. Apparently these things are hard. They're hard. Alright, let's refresh. What's going on here? Progress is a member of Roth's trust and safety team. The exchange between Roth and his colleagues makes clear that they have been pushing Jack for greater restrictions on the speech Twitter allows around elections. Now, here's the way the law currently stands on these issues. Twitter is a privately owned company. They can set rules about things. The problem is that it's not your typical company. Is the problem that we have here. It is a platform that people use to discuss that we use for free speech purposes. And I've tried to say something about this before. 1,000 years ago, we would have been using K-vote to communicate and express ourselves. And then around 1480, you had the printing press. Okay? And before that, and in between those two, at some point, it was parchment and pen. Those are the tools, the technology with which we express free speech. And that's what things like social media have become. Social media has just become the method by which we express our freedom of speech. It's the tools and the technology that we use. And it has always been that way. Always. That is nothing new. But because of that, in my somewhat personal opinion, we have to think about the rules, and the law needs to keep up with technology to prevent media, mass media, the platforms such as Twitter, from being used in a way that shuts down discussion. Because things like Twitter, Facebook, whatever it is that you use on the regular, that has just become the technology that we use, the method that we use. And obviously that technology has changed in the last 2,000 years. We're no longer using ochre on a cave wall to say, hey, I don't like our tribal chief, or, hey, we killed this mastodon over here. No. In most parts of the world, we go on social media to brag about those things. We hunt. We're like, hey, look at this buck I got. So, So the law needs to keep up with the methods and the ways with which we express our freedom of opinion. Here's another one. The colleague wants to know if the decision means Trump can finally be banned. The person asks does the incitement of violence aspect change that calculus? Ross says it doesn't. Trump continues to just have one strike remaining. So they've already given him several strikes. Like, what the fuck? And at what exact point did they decide that there was a specific incitement to violence on his part? Because he has specifically said, be peaceful, respect law enforcement. But I also think that there is a failure of people to understand sometimes how what you say can be interpreted and received by people. And then not everything that he tweeted that day was necessarily helpful. So, on one hand, you gotta tell him, be peaceful, respect law enforcement, but Mike Pence, he did not protect America. And to some people, it's saying something has to be done about this. Is how some people might internalize that. But the degree to which you hold him responsible for that, I don't know. I think people are gonna debate that for years to come. Years. And people that may be a lot smarter than I will come up with a decision on how that should be handled. Okay, so here's Trump continues to just have his one strike. This is for everything else. But we're not seeing here exactly what his one strike was. If you are joining us, please like, share, and subscribe. And also just know that we sometimes
will have strange noises and strange voices. Because this is how we roll.
even with a serious issue like this, we're not taking ourselves too seriously, people. Just And if you can hear the music, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to my YouTube listener, but I need this in my life. I need this. I need this in my life, and yeah, that's just the way it's gonna be. All right, let's refresh. Come on. Love to hear your thoughts overall about what you think. All right, let's refresh this again. Roth's callings about incitement to violence heavily foreshadows what will happen the following day. On January 8th, Twitter announces a permanent ban on Trump due to the risk of further incitement of violence. After a close review of recent tweets from @RealDonald Trump account, the context around them, particularly how they are being received and interpreted on and off Twitter, we have permanently suspended the account due to the risk of further incitement of violence. And I said this, and I said this again. What the right fails to understand is some of us may be taking this one way, but you have a lot of people that are going to take his tweets another. And I wish that sometimes he would think before he tweets. My cat over here has definitely chose violence, as while I'm trying to pet him, he's biting me. My petting him has incited him to violence. But that being said, they really were just looking for excuses. You know, and that I think that he did everything that he could to try and prevent this from becoming a problem. It just didn't work out that way. People ultimately are responsible for their own actions. Fine. Have your food. It's not good for you. No, the kitty cannot have any. Come on. See, I hate this. Just put it in all one giant thread. This is not hard, people. Look.
Look, okay? Just look. This is not hard.
Just put it all in one thread, and you put out all at once. This is very easy. Very easy.
But no, we're gonna do it this way. Because, I don't know. Because they can.
Oh well. Let's continue. On J8, Twitter says its ban is based on specifically how Trump's tweets are being received and interpreted. But in 2019, Twitter said it did not determine all potential interpretations of the content or its intent. Is that? We focus on the language of reported tweets and do not attempt to determine all potential interpretations of the content or its intent. Yeah. Except when we decide that we no longer want to. I mean, these companies can, change their mind at any given time. And we're just kind of forced to deal with it, I wonder if the coordinating is on now. See if the coordinating is live. literally missing it all, I think. Yeah. He's going to be live at some point. See what the DUI guys say.
And number two, nobody has any money.
That's yes.
Those are the two golden
Everybody's
rules.
broke in criminal law. It's amazing.
It's incredible.
I didn't do much DUI work specifically though. Wasn't my cup of tea, and so I never like really got because it's kind of a specialized practice, and I never really felt like diving into it. I did do a DUI case, which was a plea agreement, but my job was more around delaying the plea agreement because of another DUI case that existed for the same person, and with some timeline fuckery, we'll call it, we could get them away from violating a probation order on the other one. So
gotcha.
We finagled a little timeline fuckery.
Look, man, lawyers are much like doctors. We deal in time. You know, doctors deal in time on this planet. We deal in the criminal realm. We deal in time out of prison, you know, out of jail. Even civil attorneys, I think, deal in time because in civil law, you provide a monetary compensation for time lost, right? Due to an injury, for example, or a loss of like a house, a car, etc. So, yeah.
Yeah, everything is time. And to me, I mean, what you just said about criminal law, all of my criminal clients have the same thing. How can I stay as much as possible? Like, can I stay out of jail, and how little time can I do? It's always a concern. I didn't care if they were guilty 99% of the time. However, the deal came down was, please, I don't want to go to jail or prison. And also, can we get this felony to a misdemeanor?
The second most common one, yeah.
Yeah, which when you can get, you feel really good about it. It's like, oh yeah, you're walking out of here with a $500 fine? Good on you. Go hit some more old ladies.
You heard it here first, folks. You mentioned something interesting, and that's one of the reasons, you know, I wasn't born, like I came out of my mother's womb and she's like, oh, he's so cute, we're going to name him DUI guy, you know. Obviously, it's a brand that I have established over the years. And
I'm gonna check something though, because everything is sounding weird, and I don't know why. So I do want to listen to something. I'm trying to figure out why everything seems to sound deeper, and I don't know why that is. Strange. Very, very strange. my voice sounds deeper. DUI guy and Nick both sounded different. I'm wondering if it's just. It could be. I don't know. It's strange. But let's see what we got going on here. The only serious concern we found expressed within Twitter over the implications of free speech and democracy of banning Trump came from a junior person in the organization. He was tucked away at a lower level section known as Site Integrity Auto. This might be an unpopular opinion, but one-off ad hoc decisions like this that don't appear rooted in policy are, in my honest opinion, a slippery slope and reflect an alternately equal dictatorial problem. This now appears to be a fiat by an online platform CEO with a global presence that can gatekeep speech for the entire world, which seems unsustainable. This is what I hate the most. I having to wait. It's like, just, again, it's really simple to just do it all. I don't understand. I don't understand. Just put it in one big. You can build the thread and then send all the tweets at once. This is just. It's not necessary. This might be. Okay, now we read that. Here we go. Twitter employees use the term one-off frequently in their Slack discussions. Its frequent use reveals significant employee discretion over when and whether to apply warning labels on tweets and strikes on users. Here are typical exchanges. Could have bounced with the strike. I don't see any scenario where we decide not the bounce here. Just want to check if there are concerns. Otherwise, I can bounce under RTP and close this one before I go. FYI's account for review USA section. We are trying to understand the law transition here. That's always abuse one off. Bounce one off is the option. Hmm. Interesting, then. I don't entirely understand. You force us to be a captive audience here. I hate it. Okay. Let's try refreshing again. Someone's like, I'd love to see the story written faster. A to the amen. Since that is not flowing good, I have to keep going in and notifications not showing up. You need to start speeding this up. Taking several minutes in between tweets is getting annoying. You're going on 2 hours. See, how long have I been streaming? Yeah, an hour and 16 minutes. One-offs is how addicts describe relapses. I mean, fair. Trump never said anything to incite, but I would like to see the results from Maxine Waters when she actually did incite violence. Because remember, she once said, we're looking for a guilty verdict, and after they saw what happened to George Floyd, if nothing does not happen, then we know that we've got to not only stay in the street, but we've got to fight for justice. I seem to remember her saying something a little more. I mean, that was relatively benign, but I think there was actually something else that she said that was a little bit more, but I don't remember what that was. I think it definitely encouraged people to take to the streets, but that could be said, well, I'm just encouraging them to protest, you know? So. But most of what Trump said was fairly benign. It's not what people want to hear, though. They're like, oh my fucking god. This takes so long. These people do not know how to do threads. And it's driving me insane. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. I almost feel like playing the Mac game. I gotta find something. Don't fuck me, Boyd. Because this is ridiculous.
And it's at the top of my account. What is the tweet? It's President Trump reposting an interview with Jim from Newsmax. And they want to use the de-amplification tool to deplatform the reposting of an with the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee that's being broadcast on national television. So again, the enormity of what we're seeing sometimes gets buried in all the internal documents that are being released. And just again, I should have mentioned this. We've been on the call now for 2 hours. The fact that we have, the de-amplification or blacklisting tools as tabs on their internal menus again demonstrates the arrogance and the ignorance that you actually have a tool inside your business that says block or de-amplify or blacklist, tells you the level of power these people think they have the right to exercise over us. So let's keep these things in mind.
I've just for anyone that has direct contact with Harmeet, because my team's asleep. If you can DM her, I've sent her an invite. Text her, yeah, because she was trying to speak earlier.
Okay.
And I think the last thing you said before I go to Piotr for a question, is that the power they have. Like someone asked a question a couple of days ago. They're like, Mario, or I can't remember to who. Isn't that the same as just media outlets being biased one way or another? It's similar but not the same. Media outlets, they're expressing their own opinions, news with their own bias. In this case, it's like going back 100 years and shutting people's mouths on the street if they're saying something you don't agree with. That's the power they have.
Example and a real world example. So about 100 years ago,
Actually, slightly less than that. There was a case about Bell Telephone, right? They had a monopoly on telephones, and they wanted to suppress people's political speech by cutting off their phone lines. And it was brought to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, no, you can't do that. You cannot suppress people's opinions based on political opinions or for whatever reason. So since then, it became part of what is now known as the common carrier law, right? So essentially, they cannot cut off your service because they don't like you for any reason, whether it's political or personal. They cannot do that, right? They have to give you service.
Now, Twitter doesn't exactly come under that at all. Like it's not considered a common carrier, and this is why you're seeing a lot of voices today. In fact, people like Will Chamberlain are calling for Twitter to be nationalized. This doesn't mean that Twitter needs to be, this is not like, don't be a libertarian and have a knee-jerk reaction and think that nationalizing Twitter is the same thing as the government running it. That's not what it means, right? What it means is that the platforms, whether it's Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and so on, will have to come under the purview of the First Amendment, right? That's what that means. Whether that's going to happen or not is very unlikely, but that is what a lot of people want to see happen.
Piotr, you've got a question? I know you've had your hand up for a while.
Yeah, very well. Stepped aside from this event because very interesting points. Sebastian, question for you regarding the implications this is going to have for Western sort of engagement and alignment, because obviously, you know, the revelations here about just how much there is sort of private media censorship, big tech influence. You know, the EU's a little bit more of a nanny state, or sort of influencing when it comes to freedom of expression than the US, and there's concern about the overreach, overextension of big tech and that sort of thing, private sector generally. So how do you think that these revelations are going to play into sort of the calculus amongst Capitol Hill and Congress and others vis-a-vis allies and partners, particularly across the
you're really like a one-trick pony. Why is this question? Are you working on an article? Why are you focusing on the ramifications for Europe? What's the ulterior
And
question?
Seb, I've got news for you as well, so I'm just going to divert it to Harmeet is on stage, Seb.
Good. Let's go, Harmeet. We've been talking about you. You're going to fix everything for us in America.
Well, hi, everybody. This is my first time talking in a Twitter space, and I heard that you were talking about me. I have been making phone calls on my RNC committee chairman race, and so what I wanted to share with this group is that I've been suing Twitter over their censorship since before it became purely political, like what we're talking about right now. And so they've been seasoned to do this type of censorship since well before Donald Trump got on their radar as somebody that they needed to throttle. You know, a few years ago, I sued Twitter on behalf of a lady, a Canadian feminist named Megan Murphy, whose sin was to so-called misgender a transgender activist in Vancouver who was, you know, invading women's spaces and trying to get his genitals waxed by, you know, immigrant women and really, you know, being offensive. And so she used the birth gender and was immediately deplatformed, even though at the time Twitter's terms of service said that misgendering was, you know, misgendering was not on the list. And so they've been ignoring their contractual obligations blithely for years. And then it got into suing them in 2020 over Rogan O'Hanley's being deplatformed, DC Drano. We just argued that case in the Ninth Circuit earlier this week. The reason I'm running for RNC chairman is that unless we win elections, we aren't going to have judges on the courts who listen to these claims fairly. Under existing contract and tort law, it's my opinion as a First Amendment lawyer that even without the First Amendment, there should be claims by listeners that could be honored under contract law, under tort law. And when you add in the involvement of the government, like we saw in the DC Drano case, in that case, Tom Fitton's organization did a Public Records Act request and learned that Secretary of State of California had paid a Biden campaign vendor $25 million to make a list of enemies, basically, and DC Drano, Rogan O'Hanley was on that list. Now we're learning, of course, that this was a federal effort, not just limited to states. And so I do think that now we have contract law, you have the right judge, tort law, and then the First Amendment. So there need to be a lot more.
This is insane how long it has taken. No, do not walk on my computer. You can walk this way. Okay, I think she's got something new here. We call from Twitter Files 2 by Barry Wise that according to Twitter staff, we control visibility quite a bit, and we control the implications of your content quite a bit. And normal people do not know how much we do. Twitter employees recognize the difference between their own politics and Twitter's terms of service, but they also engage in complex interpretations of content in order to stamp out prohibited tweets. As a serious exchange over Stop the Steal hashtag revealed. Hey, hope you're doing okay. We're able to get some sleep. Can we or have we just already blocking the Stop the Steal hashtag? It's furthering fake news in a dangerous way from what I can tell. Hey there. We're proactively surfacing that content for review under civic integrity, and it should be blocked from Typehead and Trends. If you're seeing it in either latitude, let me know ASAP and PT can fix it. I just saw the hashtag and they did a search on it and all the content was appalling, so I don't think it's showing up elsewhere. Thank you for all you're doing. I'll find the election squad. Election squad? Remember that what I find appalling and what is toss via... I don't know, is a toss via are not an exact overlap. Election squad? They had a fucking election squad? Are you serious? Like, why is a fucking election squad necessary? Ugh. Okay, so see, if you're running an actual campaign, you need an election squad. You need a group that, you know, that's what a campaign would be. For getting someone elected would be an election squad. They had a fucking... Why did they need an election squad? They didn't need an election squad. They needed a squad that was apparently concerned about keeping child pornography off their platform. They're too busy worrying about whether people are decrying Stop the Steal. They cared more about... I need a drink. All right, tomorrow, if there's supposed to be another fucking drop tomorrow, and it comes quicker than what this is coming, I'm going to be needing something stronger than iced tea. That. This is coming so slow that I can start looking at what it is that I want to, what food it is that I want to order. Because I'm going to have to. Actually, Gotta update my stupid password. I'm gonna order my groceries, since I got a brief look at what my No! Hold on a second. Dang it. You're signing me in too fucking fast. Okay. Let's do this. Let's see where we're at here. Again, these people just they don't know how to Twitter. Can somebody please teach them how to Twitter? Because I don't think they understand how to Twitter. Perfectly normal to anyone with a fair bit of experience moderating any platform with a few thousand or more users. How many? It was 9 minutes ago. And 8 minutes ago. mean, appreciate your efforts. But goodness, these reporters not know how to Twitter? I feel like they don't know. I feel like they don't know to Twitter. Why not type up all the threads at once and double check them for accuracy? And once you have typed up, just press send. Goodness. It's really kind of sad. They don't deserve to be trolled like that. They're trying. I'm sure they're trying. I feel like Elon is making a case here for changing the way Twitter threads work. Oh, goodness. I started and finished reading War and Peace between tweets in this thread. What I said. I felt this. Oh, come on. Oh. I'm feeling like I should just come back later and go about doing whatever I want and then see. Jeremy at the quarter inch and I even bother going live right now. Like, it's not worth it. This is interesting. I have something I got something on my Facebook notifications that is weird. I'm gonna pull that up. It's about the Idaho murders. I'm trying to decide. I tend to like this guy.
Of tips coming in on the white car. We appreciate everybody's help that has been sending in those tips, and investigators are vetting those and they're following up on those, and the response has been very great. We appreciate all the help from across the nation and our community.
In some cases, we're hearing that people are borderline being harassed by speculation and rumors out there. What are police doing about that?
Well, what we want people to know is that individuals who are being harassed in this situation, people need to be careful, because some of it's happening online, some of it's happening through phone calls and in person, and people could be charged possibly in the future if it continues to a point where it reaches a criminal element.
What can people do to help that situation?
I think number one, just call us anytime that there's any of that happening so that we can deal with that immediately.
And what about the information? What is being done to make sure the information that is out there is not causing speculation and rumors?
You know, there's been a lot of speculation and rumors, and what we want to say is we are the official source of information. And we want people to pay attention to what we're putting out there, because that is accurate information, and anything that comes from other sources is either rumor or speculation, and we want to put an end to that.
We'll start with the white car. How many tips are coming in, and how are police using them?
We've had an amazing amount of tips come in on the white car. We appreciate everybody's help that has been sending in those tips. And
God, it was one time I'm walking out of Home Depot. I maybe had like $300 left in my pocket, but I needed almost $2,000 to go and shoot a music video the next day. And God telling me to take everything out of my pocket and give it to the homeless man I just walked past. I promise you, mind you, I'm not the guy, I'm not the right boy I am today. I walked straight past that homeless man. I'm like, God, we're gonna have to talk, because I don't know what you're talking about. And Eli running up to me, tapping me, and said, God just told me to take all the money out of your pocket and give it to that homeless man. And this, I promise you. And all I did was take that money out and hand it to him and walk into that car. As I get into that U-Haul, Eli gets into all chippery and smiling. I'm like, what you smiling for? We just gave our last. And Eli began, and Eli was, because God got us. Because God got us. There's times where I've been mad at Samir. And I remember I had to go to a meeting. We were out in LA. I'm so mad at him.
We'll start with the white car.
I'm confused by the title he's put on here. I don't... What? Okay. Quadruple murder could strike again this weekend. Idaho police have sparked fears that the murderer who killed 4 college students could strike again, as they warned youngsters attending come into sustained groups. Moscow police told visitors to the city to keep in touch with their friends and family and stay vigilant during the celebration on Saturday. The ceremony The commencement ceremony marks an important weekend for the city and will see a large influx of visitors coming into Moscow from out of town. Police Chief James Fry offered some reassurance. His department is pulling more officers to the streets and university for the event. The warning comes at 4 o'clock, really real, November 15th. 4 weeks on, the killers yet to be caught. Moscow police said on Saturday morning that they had more than 10 investigators looking into the murders, and nearly 50 FBI agents are working to crack the case, including a number in Moscow itself. We're working steady on the investigation still, said Fry. We're still pushing forward. What? I feel like this entire... I'm sorry, but this... I'm sorry, but the police are... But someone's really responsible. I'm a little surprised, TJ, that you would post something like this. Police have never specifically said the killer could strike again. It's not... It's just they are just doing needs to be done to keep peace and make people feel safe. It isn't because anyone is in any more danger than they were before the killings. I love CJTV, but this was incredibly irresponsible thing for him to do. Incredibly irresponsible. Ooh, my goodness, you're making me sleepy. Roth immediately DMs a colleague to ask that they add Stop This Deal and a QAnon conspiracy term Kraken into a blacklist of terms to be de-amplified. The thing of it is I still regularly saw these, so I don't really feel like... I still had a tendency to see these from time to time, so I don't really know how well they did at de-amplifying them. No, there's a lot going on. Any objections to adding Stop the Steal and Kraken to the CHAQ term list if they aren't there already? The daylight is separating the Q and self-deal stuff now is effectively 0. Kraken for sure, if it's not already there. I'm too worried about the risk of de-amplifying counter-speech with Stop the Steal. And Elon responded, and Yoel responded, Ack? I don't even understand his response. get on my lap? You want on my lap? You want on my lap? Can you get on my lap? No. Do you like on my lap, kitty? You want to be on mommy's lap? There you go. Right on mommy's lap. There. Just lay down. You want to be able to sit there, so I need to move this? Okay. Now you're biting me for no reason. Make free speech sexy again. Joe Meerman's tweets. As the government cannot impose religion on everyone else, not you, Nimrod. Yet somehow government found a workaround for religion of science, and you, Tristan Snell, supported the effort. What is he responding to? Religious liberty doesn't mean you get to impose your religion on everyone else. Quite the opposite. And to drive home that point, the founders included the establishment clause in the First Amendment to ensure that no religion could be legally mandated federally or in any state. Well, maybe I'm just tired, but I'm not. Twitter can be confusing sometimes. I just want the coordinating to go live again. I'm going to tweet about how I just want the coordinating to go live again. Oh, Twitter. Who was it that was even tweeting this here? What's the person's name again? Schellenbarger MD. Please come rescue me. The slow process is killing. He's probably not even going to see my tweet. Oh, looks like we got some more. Indeed, notes Ralph's calling a quick search of tops. Stop the Steele tweets in there. But it quickly comes up with a solution. DFI account will stop the Steele in the name profile since those are not affiliated with counter speech. It's also super common on profiles. Actually, we can deapply accounts and stop the Steele the name profile level. Those are not affiliated with counter speech. Gosh. Ooh, we got another one. But it turns out even blacklisting Kraken is less straightforward than they thought. That's because Kraken, in addition to being a QAnon spirit based on mythological Norwegian sea monster, is also the name of a cryptocurrency exchange and was thus allow listed. I know you're triple O. Okay, guys, I read Kraken from the other day. It did break something. There's an app called Kraken app or something. If we allow list that, no concerns about putting it back, but we want to see if there are other FPs. The brand Kraken account is allow listed for what it's worth. Ugh. Now, okay, let's say that what they weren't concerned about wasn't people voicing their beliefs and their opinions about the election. What if what they were doing instead was, I was insisting that there was a nuclear warhead heading right for the U.S. And I was telling everybody it's going to fall in an hour. I mean, if I was an important account that anybody paid attention to, that could induce mass panic. Allow us to. I know. So the question becomes, is there circumstances where social media might have a responsibility to say, this isn't true, people aren't understanding that this isn't true, and we've got to do something to lessen its impact. Just playing devil's advocate here. And that's all I'm doing. Just playing devil's advocate. Just, just playing a little bit of devil's advocate here. Then ignore my tweet and carry on. Well, welcome to the internet. We're just gonna have to deal with it, I guess. Is Jeremy finally on? Oh, goodness. I gotta plug in my secretary. Yeah. Yes, of course. This has been publicly soaked by Twitter since at least 2008. It is covered by the toss and has been explicitly briefed to the press by Dorsey and others. Musk advocated for the same as recently as November 18th of this year. But you're kind of forgetting the one thing. There was never, any mention. Never any mention of. I mean, they were vague about it. They were vague about it. You seem unaware of how algorithmic amplifications of politics on Twitter worked before Musk's acquisition, or how politically balanced enforcement works, and thus you seem to be tricked by disinformation. Let's see what this is. Let's see if we can make hides or tails of whatever the fuck this is. Oh Lord, how many pages is this? 27. This is interesting. I'm going to download this. Could also be training and reducing misinformation and political violence enforcement on social media. How many pages is this? This is 14. Well, hang on to this. This is interesting to me. It's been 16 minutes since his last tweet. Ugh. Is Jeremy fucking live yet? Does Jeremy realize that they've started? Right, you know what? We're gonna play a game. Alright, so featuring division clears your compound fund, feature points, and daily XP limits. Can't quite get there yet.
Three, two, one, go. Let's get things started. We have taken the lead.
Red is the ones that I want to get comfortable with.
We're losing the lead. Incoming fire.
Ah.
Incoming fire.
Come on. Don't worry though. The really cool thing is that I'll get another chance. I'm gonna get the smaller dude, and then I get to decide. Where is it?
Incoming fire. Incoming fire. Incoming fire.
I'm dead. All right, I'm gonna pull Twitter up in another tab here. Doesn't appear to be absolutely nothing. Doesn't just want to plug in very well. Strange. What time getting it to work? So strange. All right. One thing that's going to be nice, isn't it? Now I think my chat. Hold up. I don't care about any of this. I don't want to buy anything. So everybody's going to start giving me money. I'm not buying anything. Ooh, I got a bunch of points. See if I can be able to do anything with these points. No. I think I like that skin. Ooh. This I like. Oh yeah. We're doing that. Oh yeah. Can we upgrade her at all? No, we cannot. Can we upgrade via this? No, we can't. What about our weapons? That one. What about weapon 2? No, because we need a bunch of those. cute. So let's see how that changes things. If that means anything as far as what we can do. No, so maybe this was going to mean I was going to be able to basically. Avatar being. Let's go. So we are Team B.
3, 2, 1, go. Get out of my way. We're losing the lead. Incoming fire.
I've never figured out is whether or not you eventually regain some of the health.
You have 2 minutes remaining.
And you get to use the smaller dude. And what the smaller dude actually does is he's really good.
Victory imminent. You have won the match.
Oh, I need to take it. Well, that sucks. I'll stay in the team. It was a pretty good team. Got some solid experience points. Awesome. Go good. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Three, two, one, go. Let's get things started. We have taken the lead. Beacon captured.
We haven't killed any of them. They're doing bad. Oh, man.
Beacon captured.
See, I'm with people who do not have. Oh. Is this person killing anybody? Is he getting anyone? Come on, come on. You can do it, you can do it.
We are running out of time.
And this is the last one. There isn't anybody. And he's running away. Come on. Oh. See, I think those people are all for the other team, I think. Okay, so I think I'm pretty sure. Ooh. I think I'm going to be glad I went over here. Because I think this is going to be stuff I'm going to want. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna do that. I kind of like that. Got my hand on that. Let's do that one. Okay, flip that one. Let's see, so that's now number 3. Is that the only one that we can do? Let's see, we only have right now. Let's see what that looks like. Let's see what we've got going on with these others. Those are minus 23. Okay, we need to. I think we need to go with that one. See if we are noticing any difference here. Now that we are, but we can try.
Three, two, one, go. Get out of my way. We have taken the lead. Captured. We're losing the lead.
Oh, I'm too far.
Incoming fire.
time. Come on. Let's go. Oh. I didn't even get a chance. At least I got third place. As long as how many video points and combat points you can earn within a short time frame, the limit will clear over time. I'm trying to remember how. All right, well let's go back to Twitter here. I'm assuming that we've got some updates. Got quite a few updates. It's the same. Employees struggle with whether to punish users screenshots of Trump's deleted J6 tweets. We should balance these tweets with a strike given the screenshot violence policy. They're criticizing Trump, so I'm a bit hesitant with applying strike to this user. Go home with love and peace. Remember this. Fuck, oh my God, Twitter says it says, go home with love and in peace. Dude, what the actual fuck? Dude. Go home with love and in peace. There is apparently a new rule, people. And I want you to know that that's what that new rule is. This requires a voice change. This requires a voice change. Let's figure this out. What is our voice change going to be? I've got it all set up so that I can say this appropriately here. Gotta make sure I do this right. Let's see what this one sounds like. All right, you know what? This works. This works. These are the things and events that happen when a secret landslide, election victory, is so ceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever. Remember, kids, when you say stuff like this, it is violence.
Go home with love and peace. And fuck off, oh my god! Even Twitter says it is violence! Go home with love and peace is violence.
Violence. Go home with love and in peace is violence. I know you all didn't know this, but it bears repeating.
Go home with love and in peace is violence.
We have to say it in multiple different ways. Because I don't think they heard us the first, the second, or the third time. Go home with love and in peace is violence.
Could they boomer this any more badly? Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever. Because it is violence. Because it is violence. Violence. Violence, I tell you. Violence. Love and in peace is violence. Why do we have to explain this? I have no idea. Oh my goodness. What if a user dislikes Trump and objects to Twitter's censorship? That tweet's deleted. But since the intention is not to deny the election result, no punishing strike is applied. If there are instances where the internet is unclear, please feel free to raise. For the internet, if there are instances where the intent is unclear, please feel free to raise. So let's see what all this says. I really like the man, but I'm not going to put up with Twitter deleting opinions they don't like. I am in agreement. 1, all force for commentary. Strike if the tweet is agree with tweet's view. This is insane! What if it's neutral? A sharing opinion. Like, told you it violates Twitter policy, tweet delete only? I would agree with tweets only agreeing with the policy. Wait, I would agree with tweet delete only on agreeing with the policy. Can I get your opinion here? Would agree on delete only in instances where the content is not shared with abusive intent. Holy moly. Thanks, everyone. There are instances where the intent is unclear. Please feel free to raise. Oh, goodness.
Again, we need to reiterate this. Go home with love and in peace is violence. Love and peace is violence.
Violence, I tell you. Violence, I tell you. Violence.
Let's do it again. Love and peace is violence. Okay, let's do this. Love and peace is violence. Violence. Love and peace is violence. I gotta turn it off so that I can't hear myself because I'm messing up. Love and peace is violence. Violence. Love and peace is violence. Violence. Somebody needs to auto-tune this 10 times better than what I could ever do. I can't. I'm dying. Oh my god. Oh word. Oh my gosh. Oh my word. I really. Today, I woke up and I chose violence. Love and peace is violence. Violence. Peace are strange fellows, people. You didn't know that? Well, now you do. Love and peace is violence. 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 No, it is. Love and peace is divine. Violence. I can't even listen to myself. It's just, yeah. Love and peace are violence. 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 Somebody way more talented than I. Please, please, make it on to this. Please, I am fucking begging you. This needs to happen. This needs to happen. Somebody needs to do this. I don't even know where we're at. Where the fuck are we? Where the fuck are we? I didn't know. I just want to be able to choose both love and violence. That's all I want. Right. Around noon, a confused senior executive in advertising sales said the DM'd her off. Sales exec Jack says, "We will permanently spin Trump if our policies are violated after 12-hour account lock." What policy is Jack talking about? Roth. Any policy violation. Oh my. They're just... We don't know how it's gonna happen. We don't know how. But it's gonna happen. Just give it time. It will. Any tirelessly violation. It'll happen. It will happen. I promise you. Any policy violation. Any. And remember, going home and love and peace is violence.
Violence, I tell you. Violence. Go home and love and peace. And remember, she's violence. Oh my goodness. Let's continue. I think we're gonna stick with this voice for a while. Because we're gonna stick with this voice for a while. And here's where he was specifically asking, wait a minute. I don't know fucking Seymour's names. Seymour Peters? No question. But a safety threat regarding bullets in Jack's email. Jackson knows his will probably depend upon policies are violated to overall power. What policies are start talking about? Is spreading the symbol? A violation like his passionate about election or saying more about entering inciting violence. And that's been because we gained tons of calls from friends following FB and our 18 decision. So sense of gravity would be great. Thanks. simply for general awareness, this would be any policy violation, not just limited to elections. But before saying anything, please coordinate with on the website, obviously, terms of interest and opposition on this, which is a chair we see a morning.
What happens next is essential to understanding how Twitter justified banning Trump. It says that we are dropping the public interest policy now. We're off 6 hours later. Six hours later. We gotta do that. Gotta make sure that's all too. 6 hours later. 6 hours later. 6 hours later. 6 hours later. In this specific case, we're changing our public interest approach for his account. Thanks, Roth. We'll connect with Tom's team for sure. One last question. In the past, we accepted policy violation from a world leader due to public interest value. True. We're dropping the public interest now, and any new violation will be a trigger. For me to understand again, we'll check with comms regarding what cannot share publicly. Roth. Yes, apologies for the slow reply. I've been back-to-back all day today. In this specific case, we're changing our public interest approach for his account to say any violation will result in suspension. We're not completely getting rid of the public interest approach, though we do have work planned on revisions in H1 2021. The exit is referring to Twitter's policy of public interest exceptions, which allows the content of elected officials, even if it violates Twitter rules, if it contributes to understanding discussion of a public matter, a matter of public concern. Okay, and how long ago was this? This is posted. Because he's being so fucking slow with this. Just so slow. So slow. 20. People are actively seeking him. What is that? This was 24 minutes ago. This is wild. And it's wild how long it is taking this guy. Okay, wait a minute. We got something else here. Wait a minute. Okay, so we do have some other things. All right. It was just not showing up for some reason. At least I did not see it. Rosh versus for permanent suspension of Representative Matt Gaetz, even though it doesn't quite fit anywhere. Duh. That's kind of a test case for the rationale for banning Trump. and try to talk Twitter's safety team into removal as a conspiracy that incites violence. Let's see this whole entire thing here. What's the latest on Antifa claims? They're talking about Antifa? Anything brewing policy-wise? C is yelling from the other room that we should just be kids. Yeah, SP and SI are working on that. Yelling from the other room. They're yelling from the other room. What? Rough, but I'm trying to talk to safety and to treat it as incitement. I think we'll go over the line for removal as conspiracy that incites violence. Vijaya was directionally okay with it. Wow. I'd like to know what the tweet is. They're not telling us what the tweet was. Around 2:30, Comms exec DM Roth to say that they don't want to make a big deal of the QAnon ban to the media because they fear if we push it looks like we're trying to offer up something in place of the thing everyone wants. Meaning a Trump ban. Okay, so around 2:30, Comms execs DM Roth to say they don't want to make a big deal of the QAnon ban to the media because they fear if we push this, it looks like we're trying to offer up something in place of the thing everyone wants, meaning a Trump ban. We're going to the way we'll discuss it, but generally in the space of let's start taking action and not a big comms push around this. We can explain why if we're asked, but if we push this, it looks like we're trying to offer something. And he says, yeah, okay. That evening, a Twitter engineer DMs to Roth to say, I feel a lot of debates around exceptions stem from the fact that Trump account is not technically different from anybody else, and they are treated differently due to his personal status without corresponding Twitter rules. Hi, Roth. I'm sure you're very busy right now, and my apologies if this is distraction to your work. I wonder if there has been discussion about reshaping the rules around official accounts. YouTube, Twitter accounts, but other accounts, or an unverified account. I feel a lot of debates around exceptions stem from the fact that Trump's account is not typically different from anybody else's and yet treated differently due to his personal status. To clear, without corresponding to Twitter rules, to clarify the responsibilities that come with it. False response said how Twitter would justify deviating from its long-standing policy. To put a different spin on it, policy is one of the past systems of how Twitter works. It's one part of the system of how Twitter works. We ran into a world changing faster than we were able to either adapt the product or the policy. I think you're spot on. If they had a different spin on it, policy is one part of the system of how Twitter works. There are different things you can change when you want to affect different behaviors. Policy enforcement are one. The product is another. Partnership and outreach are another, etc. And all of that is situated in a bigger system, i.e. the world, which influences how everything else operates in practice. When you change one part of the system, you necessarily have to adapt the rest. And I think we ran into the world changing faster than we were able to either adapt the product or the policy. But we can and should do both, not directly. Okay. January 7th, the same junior employee has an unpopular opinion about ad hoc decisions that don't appear rooted in policy. Speaks up one last time before the end of the day. Mm-hmm. I think he might have deliberately posted it that way. I don't know. Gosh. Hey. I'm adding something here. Alright, kids, if you go home in love and peace, you are choosing violence. So said Twitter. I am so bad. I am so bad. So bad. I fixed it. I did it wrong. Oh, Mary. I just. I can't. I can't. I can't. There are no words. There's just no words. Like what the fuck? Even Twitter says it is violence. What's this?
Transition to the next topic area, which is Bitcoin ethos. And what is Bitcoin ethos? I mean, Bitcoin was born as open source and it's very transparent. There's also a staunch defense from the community around decentralization and a lot of the core principles of Bitcoin. So let's talk a little bit about that and what makes it special. Jack, Square has done a lot to support open source Bitcoin. Can you tell us a little bit about what Square has done and what advice you'd have for other institutions looking to follow in its footsteps?
Yeah, I mean, I was very skeptical of corporations when I was a kid, and I'm still skeptical of corporations today. And as we've used corporations to be, they've been great vessels for what we need to do and the ideas that we need to bring to the world. But Bitcoin is not that. And when we were considering Bitcoin and how Square intersected, I was really concerned with how we don't disrupt the community in a negative way, how we promote what is amazing about it, and how we help it grow in that way, in the way that it wants to. So we created your team, Steve, which is Square Crypto, which is hiring open source developers to work on whatever they want and whatever they think is most important to help Bitcoin. We created an organization called COPO, which we gave up all of our crypto patents so that the community can use them in defense against trolls and some crazy characters we won't name. And we continue to find ways that, like, following that Bitcoin path, we're going to create a hardware wallet.
Really?
We're probably going to do a lot more in hardware. Everything that we do in the space is going to be completely open source, from the hardware design to the software, taking in the community's push. And we're building a developer platform as well in the same open development, open source, and completely transparent. So I think as institutions or companies like ours consider getting in the space, I think contribution back to the community is important. Tesla did this with accepting payments for Tesla and finding security holes and improving the stack. And as I said before, we can't just see this as an asset that we own and an investment vehicle. This is something that has the potential to change everything and make the lives of everyone on this planet better in some small, maybe marginal way, but those margins will be meaningful as they compound over time.
Great. Elon, you've tweeted before that any wallet that doesn't give the user their private key should be avoided at all costs. Can you tell us more about why is that important, and how does
this video
what's its
is.
relationship with decentralization?
Elon has not tweeted this,
Well,
so I don't understand.
it's difficult to say that if you own crypto in an exchange and the exchange does not give you your private keys, it's not.
This is funny. One of the best tweets from Paris that perfectly capture life with an 8-year-old. Dude, why are you putting your cup on top of my shirt? 8-year-old, you said use it to coaster. Me, my shirt is not a coaster. Oh, me. Oh, 8-year-old, I might not know what actually is a coaster. The 8-year-old disrupted my sleep again, so I texted my mom at 2 a.m. and asked when it stops. Got the cutest picture to show you. 2 of them, actually. Oh, is he a cutie? My beautiful baby boy. Isn't he just... Oh, look. Look at that. Look at him. Look at him behind me here. Oh. We gotta pull it up. We gotta pull it up. Hold on. Ah. We are professionals here. Can't quite see him. Okay. Oh, isn't he a cutie? Isn't he a cutie? He's a cutie. You all know it. You all know it's true. My cat is the cutest fucking cat in the whole fucking world. Okay? It's not open for debate. All right. Let's go back to what we were doing. Let's get back into it. Like, you all talking about me? Yeah, I imagine you. Is he still not? I don't think he's posted anything else. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh wait, no, here we go. Okay. Here we go. What? What? Earlier that day, the employer wrote, "My concerns specifically surrounding the unarticulated logic of the decision by FB. The space fills with the idea and conspiracy theory that all internet moguls sit around like kings casually deciding what people can and cannot see." And it's unhelpful to the internet ecosystem as a whole. And this is, in my honest opinion, only. Well, somebody around there had some balls to say the truth. Say how it looks. Oh, he left. We were talking about him and he said, "Oh, there he is. What you doing? You can't eat that." I'm glad that he went to this and proceeded to walk away because it's not good for kitties. The cheese balls that I've been eating. You've got food, don't you? Yeah, I picked it up and put it away because you don't need it. The boy notes later in the day, and Will Oramus noticed noticed the inconsistency too, including an article for 10 and Medium called "Facebook chucked its own rule book to ban Trump." And there's that article. The underlying problem, writes Will Oramus, is that the dominant platforms have always been loath to own up to their subjectivity because it highlights the extraordinary, unfettered power they wield over the global public square. And this kind of, again, goes back to what I was talking about earlier. There was a time when the public square was a cave wall. And people taking ochre or taking rocks or taking some other paint and drawing things on it. And back then, they might have been talking about the alignment of the stars, or they might have talking about the mastodon that they killed. But today, the public square is digital and it is massive. And the law has not kept up with how platforms should operate in this sphere. I'm not usually big on more laws being created, but obviously, more rules need to be created. We need laws to prevent this shit from happening. And making sure that when an elected official is elected by the people, his ability to communicate with the people is not hindered. That's just my opinion. And places the responsibility for that power on their shoulders, on their own shoulders. So they hide behind an ever-changing rulebook, alternately pointing to it when it's convenient, shoving it under the rug when it isn't. Everything we have just looked at backs it the fuck up. The rules are arbitrary and they're ever changing. And honestly, the only way it's gonna change is there are federal laws saying these are the rules. These are the rules. When it comes to freedom of speech and communicating things, these are the rules. This is what you're allowed to do and what you are not allowed to do. Because you are a public square. You are the technology and the tools that people use to engage in debate. And there are rules. There are rules you just have to follow. Facebook's suspension of Trump now puts Twitter in an awkward position. If Trump does indeed return to Twitter, the pressure on Twitter will ramp up to file a pretext on which to ban him as well. Indeed. And as Barry Wise will show tomorrow, that's exactly what happened. The end. What the fuck? And I have been online for over 3 fucking hours. It took him 3. Why was this employee not running? He is consistently giving the right answers legally with respect to our values and tacticality for the company. Tacticality for the and for our country. Any good done by these bans is far outweighed by this panel. Does it even matter anymore? I can see why that although they seem to be on fire sale, Elon didn't consider buying Epi. Zuck has officially destroyed Epi and good riddance. And it only brought me pain. Section 230 must be amended for social media companies to be transparent. What they need to be is not that they need to be more transparent. It's this that they need to respect what freedom of speech means. They don't respect what freedom of speech means. And they don't respect the position that they hold when it comes to the fact that they are a part of that ecosystem by which free speech is disseminated. They are a giant fucking microphone that is used to spread your message, whether you're a public official, whether you're a private person. They are part of the free speech ecosystem, so to speak. But good Lord, I cannot believe it took this long. Yikes. I need to email him or something. I'm gonna stop this so I can send him a message. Hey. First, happy birthday. And Nico is kind of a... Discussed how they could warp the toss around interpretation to decide permanent ban on rap Matt Gates. They could find a policy violation, but nonetheless wanted to silence him over his political views. Yeah. That's true. I'm just wondering. I'm going to have to send this to my mother. She'll appreciate this. I did not see this tweet from my parents. My dad. This was at 6:38 p.m. today. I didn't see it because I've been online for almost. I'm going on 4 fucking hours. Isn't that ridiculous? How long? All right. We're going to stop this for now. And so let's just review something here.
Let's see what this sounds like. Old-time Elite is what this morning. Oh gosh. I'm getting on, Sammy.
Oh, this one. That's better. Yeah.
How about this one? That's a little better. So, before we hang up, kids, just a couple of things. First, remember, go home in love and peace. If you do anything less, if you do anything less, that would be wrong because going home in love and peace is choosing violence. guys. This is the universe. This is you and I. But remember, it takes a lot of these to make what we want this to be. So, remember, you're valuable, you're important, you matter. And remember, love and peace is my peace. Words to live by, kids.
God bless you all. Have a great night. Woo. I'm trying to end the stream. Goodness gracious.